Hello everyone, welcome back to another grave stream. Uh, Today, what is the plan? Plan is probably to work on the base a little bit more, and maybe go try to find some planes. It is very muggy today. It's not like super duper hot, it's just humid, so it just feels gross. Okay, so start off with replanting onions. Right, and then we gotta finish clearing out our oaks. So we get to start off with some chores, which is fine because we're starting a few minutes early today, anyways. Mostly because I didn't feel like sitting around in the uncomfiness and thinking about it too hard, and doing nothing while I'm just waiting. Sometimes I have like different stuff that I have to like take care of before stream, but today it was kind of one of those days of just sitting around, so we're starting early. Air quotes early. So I also realized over the past couple of days that I did a bit of a dumb. I completely forgot about the fact that it's like we had all this iron, so we could have made iron bars, which would have helped amazingly with, you know, structural integrity for our base. But I suppose that we can think about that moving forward, in case there's a particular way that we want to do the thing. Also, while I'm waiting for my stamina to regen real quick, let me get my reference image out, just in case. I've definitely kind of gone away from the reference. Well, I guess it's kind of more like not quite gotten to the reference image in terms of what the base looks like, but I would put the reference image as the thumbnail, but honestly, it looks kind of silly. Oh, kind of silly. It looks very silly, but whatever. Alright, now that's a decent onion patch right there. Okay, so let's get rested buff real quick. Yeah, so our wood chest is looking very bare, but our fine wood chest looks awesome. Wait, what? You get adrenaline for activating your Forsaken power? It's interesting. I was gonna say that better not fall on my farm. Be very upset. But yeah, we need to figure out a different place for the oak trees to go. This is just a little bit too close to like the farm and worrying about the tree is growing over the crops, so the crops won't grow. It's not great. Can I hit this from here? Can. Okay, let's offload all of this stuff real quick. Not even enough space for that anymore. This will be fine for now. Not really sure what to do with the oak trees, to be honest. I'm gonna say that should be way too far to actually hit the farm. We'll probably take a little bit of damage here. Nothing too crazy though. Yeah, just need to get the log out of the water. But, yeah. The plains. Technically, we're not really supposed to be going to the plains just yet. Like, we haven't technically finished the swamp yet. We haven't fought Bone Mass. We haven't finished the mountain yet. We haven't fought Motor, or even found Motor. But the plains offers us stuff. Maybe. We might actually have to end up fighting Motor regardless. I'm not really entirely certain. But we might need black metal for like our next phase of gear. So it's something to keep in mind. 47 seconds left on our elder buff. I don't think we'll make it all the way through this tree, but yeah, elder, Aether, bone mass. Yeah, we don't know where Motor is as of yet. Oh, you know what? We actually made it through the entire grove in one elder buff. Or, well, what was left of our grove, I guess. It was a little bit already, you know, half demolished. Or at least downed. I feel like, honestly, like, chopping the oak trees down into, like, the log form is what takes the longest. It's definitely going to be a bit of a priority, probably, getting our storage facility all set in stone. Maybe a little bit literally, considering that we're building our home partially out of stone, at least. I don't necessarily hate having kind of like a little base camp type thing, like the outdoor, very open air workshop isn't too bad, but with like a perimeter fence, probably wouldn't be the worst thing. But it also does mean that we're exposed to the elements when we're working, so eh. Yeah, I definitely think that it'd be best to replant the oaks somewhere a little bit out of the way. Maybe even over here, honestly. Just kind of in this general area where there's a lot of empty space and not too many mobs. We don't get a lot of mobs spawning over here, but we do get a few. I don't think it's super pressing to get them replanted right this instant. We have a lot of fine wood to work with, so... And honestly, like, probably not... I don't know how much more we're gonna have to this little playthrough. But yeah, let's see what's going on back over here at home. Or what will be home. So I know we need more wood because I want to expand this. And I was kind of thinking it might be a good idea to make this section, this little hut thing, maybe a little bit bigger. The neighbors, am I right? Thought this would be good. Turns out we built in a bad neighborhood. I also seemingly need to fix up this area a little bit over here. So what I should do... What do we got in here? A lot of stone, a little teeny tiny bit of wood. Yeah, that stuff can all stay here. All our stuff is eventually going to come over here anyways. But I want to bring over some iron right now so that we can do some iron bars. And with the idea of doing iron bars and maybe even some reinforced iron poles, right? That'll kind of change the way that our structural stability is. But yeah, I was thinking maybe I want to make this taller and maybe line it up a little bit better with what's going on here. Then again, I don't know. Maybe that's a little unnecessary. We can probably get rid of the little roof section here and end up filling this part in, maybe. We'll kind of see like once we actually get the this top area in, kind of how we feel about that. But at least for now. Oh, I need a forge over here for this. But yeah, I was thinking that I was probably gonna fill in this, maybe not under the stairs necessarily, but I was gonna use like iron bars to kind of level this out. But yeah, we need a forge. I guess we were gonna need a forge over here eventually anyways, because we need that to move the cauldron, but whatever. But yeah, and then honestly, if we're gonna do that with the iron bars, we could probably just do a stone platform over top here to the kitchen, and then we can kind of redo the... Yeah, we can redo the chimney area. Also, I have no idea what's going on with, like, this little area here. Just kind of... Something happened. I'll probably extend... I do think I'll probably extend this out, make this little hut thing a little bit bigger. Probably bring it out, maybe, and, like, we can get rid of this, like, low wall section over here, and just put everything on top of the stone wall. I think that'd be fine. It was just not enough poison. Yeah, we're not gonna find any plains here. We've been all around this mountain. We're super close to spawn. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some plains when sailing out to Bone Mass. Could be a thing. Yeah, our ship's right over here, so we can just sail right over. But on that note, let's drop the iron off here. Probably want to get some wood and extend this platform out, and maybe get some walls and a roof in. Probably a good idea. Do that before we do any adventuring. Base isn't going to build itself after all. Man, I can't imagine, like, trying to actually build, like, a real house or something like that, like, in the snow. Like, in a blizzard. That'd be so intense. Yeah, I'm not really sure how much platform we need, but... maybe out to here is fine. Yeah, we'll have to give it a little bit more support, from the looks of it. A little red out here, right? So... wait, or is it? Game can't seem to make up its mind on what structural durability it is. We got a little bit extra though from the stone. Yeah, like this is blue because it's touching stone wall that we got out here. So that'll actually confer a lot more stability towards the center. Probably do need to string some iron bars in somewhere around here though, just to get extra stability out here. Alright, so where do we want our windows? Thinking we'll do full here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. So, move forward. This is the center. Yeah, we'll hold off on that. Until we get a little bit more structural durability in here, but kind of lay out the foundation of our windows for now. And let's go ahead and head home, get a sleep in. So we're not getting attacked by night mobs while we don't have shelter. And so that we can see what the heck we're doing. Was that the enemy that was stopping me from sleeping? Apparently. It wasn't even aggroed. I wonder if it just like lost sight of me like when I went in the house, like right after I like stealth checked, and then, you know, like, because buggy AI sometimes they don't re-aggro right away. Not always. One day I'll build like a basement that has stuff like the forge and the workbench in it. Literally just like build things at like workbench height. If that makes sense. I don't think I can really give show an example of what I'm talking about here, but yeah, do something like this, where it's like the flooring is just through the workbench. So then, you know, you're just walking along and it's like, oh look, I look down at the workbench. And then, like, you go into the basement, and you can see the stations all down there, and all their components, all their upgrades and stuff. That'd be funny. Okay. One, two, three, four, 5. So this here is the center point. So I'm going to do a little bit of a wider window over here, just for the sake of doing it. Probably could have just used half walls, but yeah, whatever. Probably could have done 3 windows instead, but this is fine. You can also do like slanted windows, triangle windows. bring back the old the diamond windows. You know what? Let's go with that. Well, at least the wolves don't really know how to path into our base very well. Should be a little bit better too once we get this section kind of filled in. So, honestly, for the most part, it seems like it's just gonna kind of be full like this. I don't know why I didn't just copy that one in the first place. That was weird the way that it wanted to snap there. Alright, we'll kind of have to figure out how we connect this into the rock here, but should be fine. It's probably a little too high. Thought I heard a drake, so just being alert. Alright then, so yeah, obviously we're gonna go up one more level here. One more meter for the little roof piece. This looks like it'll hold. If only barely. So that's like the last piece that I can put in for right now. And what would these windows look like with pole in the middle? That looks fine. Actually, I don't hate that. Oh man, and that's another reason to go to the plains. We can get tar, right? So then we can do like the better looking roofs and stuff like that. Alright, kind of sold myself on it. Plus, once we get to the plains, we'll have the potential for more of those stone pillars. That might be an easy way for us to farm stone. So let's go on a little journey here. Um, do, do, do. Don't we have Drake trophies somewhere? Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say we have like a bunch of them, so. What am I looking for? Cores. And we need some eyes. And then the woods. The woods have eyes. Call that one bone mass. Theoretically, we could pick up the swamp portal that we have here, but I feel like just in case I want to come back. Like if Bone Mass's swamp doesn't have crypts for some reason, and we need iron, I don't want to have to sail back. So I think that one portal network is a small price to pay. Probably. Okay, so then we need 10 wood for workbench. And then I was kind of thinking it'd be a good idea to finally upgrade our carve to a long ship. So the bronze nails get turned into iron nails. That's the first upgrade. What is it? 30 fine wood becomes 40 fine wood, so we need 10 extra. 40 fine wood, 30 fine wood, yeah. Don't need the resin. The deer hide stays, and then we need the ancient bark. And that might be the thing that we don't have. Yeah, we're a little bit shy. Oh, wait, just kidding. We're good. Totally good. Oh, I kind of forgot that we even had the blank portal that's just sitting there. It's all good. That'll be for emergencies. I should have just done that to start off with. I don't know why I always think that, like, using the axe is better for breaking ships than, like, your main weapon. Okay, before we head off, let's just make sure our inventory is looking nice and clean. You know what? We can come back. We can come back for those. Just leave all that stuff here. Should we need it, we'll get it. And off we go. Do. Not gonna lie, that like noise that happened with like the new biome, I was like, oh wait, what? Is that a serpent? But no. Feel like we'd be pretty lucky to encounter a serpent here actually. Could go for some serpent stew. Not likely that we run into one though during the day. Okay, bone mass is that away. See a big ass mountain though. So I'm not really sure which side of this island that we're gonna want to be on, but might as well kind of sail out into more open ocean. Oh, wait. All of that is one giant landmass that connects together. So we're gonna want to go on that side probably. Just want to scout out and see if this is plains or not. Doesn't look like it is. It is not. It is all black forests. And that river could theoretically go all the way through, but I don't know. I don't want to risk it. Trying to get in through that small channel, and then like if it just ends up not being wide enough for the ship to fit through, like we'd have to go backwards, and there's probably not enough room to turn around, so we'd have to paddle backwards the whole way. Probably just easier to go around. And if we see any bears, should definitely stop and fight them. Still kind of looking for that elusive bear trophy. Oh hey, we got the pretty rare like inland swamp. Oh, wait, there's a bear. It's gonna hoof it. Hoof it over to the bear. And probably a good idea to make sure these guys aren't breaking the ship while we're away. What's that, leech? You wanna fight a bear with me? I know the leeches want to get in on this. They're always rascally little guys. Oh my god. Just annihilated that bear. Of course, still no trophy. Definitely wild to me that it's like the drop rate on the trophy seems so abysmally bad, but we got really, really lucky to find one early on. Do not want this resin. This might be a little bit of a tight turn. Or a lot of bit of a tight turn. But it worked out. Alright, wasn't too bad. We are back on track. Back on track, Jack. So bone mass is probably on this land mass, but yeah, we gotta go around. Oh, little random rock. He's busy looking out at over the landmass that is over there. It's probably meadows, judging by the trees. It was very flat, so I wasn't sure, but then I started seeing the trees, and I was like, yeah, no, it's probably meadows, not plains. That, however, over there, I don't know. Pretty flat, not broken up. Swamp ahead over here. Those look like birches. I think that might be plains. At least want to go investigate. Maybe we'll find a serpent out here on the deep dark waters. Those are definitely birches, which means probably, yeah, that's got to be plains. With so many birches all right next to each other. Night probably isn't the best time to be landing in the plains, though. While it's raining. And foggy. I can't see like anything. I see a lot of cloudberries. I see a tall stone something. I'm not sure if that's a sealed tower or just a rock. Kinda looks like a sealed tower though. Okay, let's take a quick detour here. We'll head home real quick. And then investigate this place in the daylight. And if we're lucky, we'll encounter the creature that we're looking for. Something rare and elusive. I have no idea actually how rare and or elusive it might be. I just know that we're here looking for something. Some of you may know. Some of you may not. I was gonna say, I think I already have blob trophies, because I don't remember a new item popping up when we got it. This will be interesting. Fighting a new mob for the first time. Typically is. Day 39. Still raining. Alright. We're just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. Is there like a singular rock nearby? That'll work. If it's not raining here in the plains, then I'll put a campfire down so we can get dry. It is definitely raining here. Okay, well, there are lots of big rocks, so there's that. Alright, let's keep our guard up though. And probably mark where our ship is so that we can come back to it. I'm thinking that I'll probably try to farm some of these rocks, so... Alright. 40 damage, well, 48-ish damage from the Death Skeeta, so I'll have to keep that in mind when we're trading with them. First couple of foolings. Yeah, a lot of big rocks around. Try not to irk the Loxen too much. Our damage against them is not great. Got a fooling village. Yeah, there's a lot of big rocks here actually. That's what I would have definitely hoped for if I were building more of a castle with more stone, but that is not the plan. We'll see how much more stone we do end up using though, but ooh, this is good though. Got a nice little tar pit here. Oh, there's a couple of trophy stands here too. That's basic. That's a lot of totems for prepping for Yag if we end up doing that. I think I'll nab a few foolings here and bring them over the growths and see what happens. Usually growths will kind of wreck foolings, but if you have enough foolings, then yeah, the growths end up not doing too hot. Interesting. A lot of the foolings, like, de-aggroed. But a lot of the growths are still alive too, so it's interesting the way that shaped out. Ow. Okay, we gotta be careful with our situation here. Still a couple of growths left. Go get their attention. Oh dear. That's not good. Alright, not too shabby. Do. Go ahead and drop off these bones. I think what we'll do is kind of go here. Honestly, might just be able to level the ground out. Ah, it's almost good. Let's get this over to the tar pit. Should drain it pretty well, I think. Hopefully. I don't really very often get to like look at what happens when tar meets water. And I'm still not entirely sure what's going on here. Like, is this just shadows or is this actually tar? Ow. Also, I'm a little silly. I guess we don't have to trade with the Desquitos, right? We can just shoot them. This is a big fooling village, though. Alright, well, here seems as good a place as any to reset up our portal. Thinking I probably want to clear out that village portal there, and we might even convert that into Plains Farm, to be honest. And like starting on it early, it's not a bad idea at all. Okay, so let's drop that black metal for right now so we can pick up tar. I don't know how much tar we'll use, but I mean, the more tar that we have access to, the better. Nice. Alright. Let's get over encumbered and take everything back home. Where we're gonna put it? I guess we'll put it in this box for right now. But yeah, so just like that, we have tar. For the nice, beautiful roofs that it provides. And we should probably make some onion soup. Nice, easy, sustainable food source. Only slightly worse than ice cream, but ice cream is more farming. Oh, looks like some of our onions are actually finishing, so they'll probably be done by the end of this day cycle. More than likely. I guess, yeah, we can mark this for right now. This process might take a couple of in-game days. There's a lot of foolings. Not sure what's going on with that one over there. Wonder if he walked into the bonfire or something. I don't think our bow skill is quite high enough to realistically snipe all of them, but... And we don't have that many arrows either. So we'll snipe what we can. Here, fooling, fooling, fooling. Why are you going up there? Gotta be really careful of like the 1-stars and stuff too. Might as well see how much damage this does. About half health with a wood arrow. It's pretty good. Oh, ow. Oh my gosh, I got hit again. What is spacing? Oh, that was a little spooky. I'm surprised that we didn't get a stagger on the first hit. And I feel like if he was slightly angled more towards us, we probably would have just died. Oh yeah, that one didn't get staggered on the first hit either. I don't think that rested buff has anything to do with that. Alright, well there's Barley, here's Flex. Here's Johnny. See another shaman. I don't see another pedestal though. Would have been kind of interesting to get like literally all of our totems off of one singular camp. The very first camp that we encounter. Figured I'd hit at least one of the two of us. Oh, okay. That was a honestly really bad dodge, but it felt like a bad dodge anyways. It was a panic dodge, and it turned out to be like the best dodge ever. Since we just rolled right past him in his attack range. Okay, so we gotta sweep around here to this side to get the barley. Pick up these needles too. It would be nice to get like a shaman or a berserker trophy too, because those might be used for trinkets. Probably not too worried about all the cloudberry bushes, but yeah, let's piss off the berserker. Kind of drag him out here away from the others. Maybe to some slightly flatter terrain. Okay, should have enough time for a two-hit combo. And then either roll or dodge out. Bop. Bop. Big bop. I think I saw the Zerker trophy. Yeah. Boom. Nice. Okay. Before we get further involved in all of that and going too ham, I do actually want to explore the plains at night, because the mod that I'm looking for might be a night spawn. Not sure though, but in case it is, I think it's best that we get our rested buff and yeah, go ahead and try to figure that out. Oh, 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so that's pretty new, that's new. I can go outside, that's a new item. I can go there, or even there, I guess. But okay, we have rested buff. I know I have some puke berries somewhere. Oh, that was it, actually. Whatever chest I opened had them in there. We might still end up having to slay locks, perhaps, because we might need materials from them, but we'll see. And I think for the moment, while we're going around looking for stuff, might be a little bit rough just because of lighting, but I guess I can... I was gonna say I'll avoid the fooling village, but realistically there's not actually that many more foolings left. There's another tar pit on the other side too. Oh wait. Yep, so it is dark. You know what, let's take these lads over to the tar pit. Have them say hello to their neighbors. And we'll let them do their thing whilst we go on a little bit of an explore. Oh, except for this guy. This guy wants some. Should have been helping your buddies. They're probably gonna need it. So I don't know exactly what the thing I'm looking for looks like, but I have a rough idea. Wow, there are so many stone pillars here. That's a lot of just standing stone. Probably don't need all of that, but another tar pit. And another fooling village from the looks of it over there. And another tar pit. Lots of tar pits in this seed. Or at least in this particular plains. And this time we didn't have to incite the gang war. It just kind of happened on its own. Sorry, turf war. Faction fight. This isn't what we're looking for, though. So let's move on. Do-do-do. Weird looking rock. Oh, hey. So the Grey Dwarf Shaman trophy does unlock a trinket. Good to know. And I'm not really seeing much of anything going on over here. There's a dungeon right there with some skellies, but not what we're looking for. This area is a little heavy on the spawned creatures as well, so we might want to move on to greener pastures, as they say. More skellies. There it is. That's what we're looking for. The vial. That was resisted, but 113. So basically, as far as I'm aware, the vial is just a zombie bear. I'm not sure what faction it belongs to, considering that it is an undead. Okay, so it is, ow, resistant to slash. Okay, so the swiping attack still doesn't do that much damage, considering that it's supposed to be 3 biomes after where you find bears, right? We might be able to parry the swipe, honestly, if it's only 30 damage. Yeah, there's a spawner over here. Oh, there's a normal bear. Alright, so, faction test. It's not fighting bears and grey dwarfs, so presumably it's still part of Black Forest faction. Where did that vial go? I think I hear it. Yeah, there it is. Wait, what is it fighting? Is it fighting the Grey Dwarf? Oh, it was fighting the Grey Dwarf. Okay, so it's not part of Black Forest faction. So then is it part of the undead faction, or is it part of the Plains faction? I don't think there's a really good way to test this. I rolled. Why did that do 83? Why did that do so much? The other swipes were doing like 30 damage. Alright, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that it's resistant to physical damage for the most part. Being a zombie bear and undead and stuff. And we've already seen that the pierce damage doesn't do it. Yep, resistant to blunt. Doesn't like being spun, apparently. Too bad for it. I want it to be spun. So it will be. I swear Rathatos tonics would really come in hand. Give him the Yaglith treatment. I do still need to let him attack every once in a while so that he doesn't de-aggro. Especially if he's a night mob, because then if he de-aggros, he'll despawn. We don't want that. Should be a couple more combos here. Yeah. We win. We are the bear master. Rotten meat is not good in this version of the game. Vile ribcage. Did not unlock anything new. I didn't know there were some skellies right there. We could have tested if it was part of the undead faction. Oh well. Alright, let's keep looking around. Maybe we'll find a Yagroon, and otherwise, maybe we'll find another Vial. And then we'll know for sure if they're a day spawn or a night spawn. As in, if we find one during the day, we know for a fact that they're just a spawn. But if we don't find one after covering a large distance during the day, then, you know, it's not 100% guarantee that it's a night mob then, but high likelihood at that point. I could also just look it up. I'm sure that somebody else has already figured this out, but where's the fun in looking up literally everything, right? Sometimes you gotta experience things for yourself. Sometimes. Not that I think there's any shame in looking stuff up, but, you know. It's also fun to not look stuff up sometimes. That is the good structure. Okay, so we are covered on totems once we rob these guys. And I should probably Merkalox. No room in inventory. Thanks, guys. See ya. Zombie bear. Seize him. Now tell me that isn't fun to say. I don't remember what that's originally from. I know of that voice clip because of AMV Hell, but don't remember what the source material is. AMV Hell was so awesome for me when it like first came out, because like I was still very new to anime. So basically it's like seeing all these different clips of animes and stuff. I would just be like, oh, that one looks interesting. What's the source material? Oh, it's that? Sweet. I'm gonna go watch it. Good times. Alright, well, that is a fight that we don't really want to be a part of. But it looks like we're going to be anyways. Ooh, foods. Might as well just top them all off and be on the safe side. Seagull, no! Our stam buff wore off, or our rested buff wore off, so our stamina recovery is a little bad right now. We'll have to be careful about that. Ow. We got poked. Just a little boop. Little boop as a treat. There we go. Oh, we even got a Locks trophy? Let's go. It's kind of hype. Okay, it might be hype. If there's a trophy involved, it's hype. Sorry, a trinket. There was no trinket. That being said, that's a bunch of stuff we can throw out. So, Locks cape, Locks rug, Locks meat. Honestly, that wasn't too bad. And this Locks is like half health, so. Couldn't get the sneak attack there. It's unfortunate. That would have been a huge chunk of damage, I think. I think we would have gotten the backstab too, so like the 6 times bonus. Six times bonus? Yeah, parry bonus and backstab are both 6 times. That's crazy. Yo, hold up. Claws might actually be kind of busted. Or at the very least, it might have some really sick DPS. Like, if you're fighting in a group, and you can have somebody, like, distract a mob up front and, you know, parry a lot, with, like, heavy armor and shields and whatnot, and you just, like, get up behind them and just, you're constantly dealing 6 times damage. Like, our damage is already really good, right? And we're, like, hitting things from the front more often than not, and not parrying. There's not really a reason to raid this fooling village. Doesn't really have anything that we need. Like, at this point, we're kind of golden, right? We have flax and barley. We definitely need more vile rib cages, but definitely starting to think that we're gonna need black metal for our stuff, so. Okay, it looks like we've gotten a pretty good grasp of this plains here. There might be more plains beyond the Black Forest, but alright, let's mess with this Desquito. Dummy. played yourself. I do want to snag up the rest of this barley, though. Just on principle. Like, realistically, we don't need it. That being said, again, we might convert this place into our farm, right? Which means, like, we're gonna need to clear out the foolings eventually anyways. Theoretically, we'd have a lot of cleaning to do, but we don't need the entire area. Like, this little section over here would probably be more than enough. So, that is a success. Big win for us. Got a lot of materials there. I don't know why I was so obsessed with the stone blocks there, or the stone, like, not towers, but like in my head, I guess it was just like, oh man, we need more stone. We need more stone. I was running out of stone. It's like, ah, that's a fix. But also we've gotten a lot more stone since then, so I'm a little silly sometimes, the way that my brain works. Okay, so yeah, we have a lot of new materials and not necessarily a lot of space to put them. Hey, no sleeping right now. We have stuff to do. I can go outside. Where did I put the flax? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm just a little silly. Getting all scatterbrained and stuff. And then we have random locksmiths. Surely I have one random locale to put it. Woodbox. Okay, I'm gonna take my bio break a little bit early, guys. So give me about, maybe, we'll say like somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes. Probably a little bit closer to 10, but I will be right back, and then we'll decide what to do. I'll decide what to do during the break. So, yeah, I'll be back. Meow. Alrighty, folks. Thank you so much for waiting. We're back. Oh, half back. Hold on. Okay, I just needed to check something, and oh, and by that I just mean I was gonna look. I looked up what the thing. Yeah, I looked up about the set, and it does seem like we're going to have to defeat Motor. Because we need linen thread, and in order to get linen thread, we have to have the spinner thingy. Its name is escaping me at the moment. Spinning wheel. It's literally the spinning wheel. Okay, so Heart of the Forest. This trinket increases health regeneration. Okay, that makes sense coming from the Great Orc Shaman trophy, because Great Orc Shamans, you know, have the little AoE heal over time ability. Slightly lower adrenaline than like the Nimble Anklet, 50 instead of 60. Ancient Seeds, that's not too bad, 5 bronze. It's not the most expensive thing in the world, but it's also not necessarily the easiest thing to get. So far they are linked to trophies. So I wonder if they're all linked to trophies. I also wonder if maybe there's maybe there is one linked to the Berserker trophy, just that we haven't gotten into like the plains materials yet. So that might be why we don't have access to it yet. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go through the process of doing a plains farm for this playthrough. There might be some trinkets towards the end game that, you know, you need certain end game trophies for, but I don't think that we're gonna go down the rabbit hole of trying to make every trophy in the game or every trinket in the game. At least not yet. I hadn't even thought about it, but when we get to the museum run, that's gonna be something. We're gonna need multiples of trophies. Like any of the trophies that end up being trinkets, yeah, that's gonna be a lot. Speaking of a lot, this is a lot of onions. We might be set on onions. I'm just gonna make a quick barrel here in the corner. I hadn't wanted to do it before, but we're kind of running low on space, so. This will just be our onion barrel. Just for right now. Okay, so then, I think what I'm gonna do is go investigate these, yeah. Investigate this mountain more. Explore these caves. And so see if we can find Motor. We have level 4 claws, that's good. We have a few more wolf pelts than we had before. Do we have more actually at the base? I'm gonna call it the base, even though it's not really done. It's still like a work in progress, and we'll definitely finish this. Like I was kind of thinking about it, right? It's like we're almost to the point of kind of being done with what I wanted to accomplish this playthrough. So we might end up just kind of, I don't know, shifting to like building this base and then calling this playthrough there. Might be kind of where we go, but I don't know. We'll have to see how I feel basically once we get there. Because realistically, like, once we finish with the armor set, right? Like, we're still gonna need something to fight it, something to fight with it. And I'm not sure what we need for the weapon. I imagine that there's a weapon. I'm pretty sure there's a weapon. Gotta be a weapon, right? Where is that mountain? Is it... Okay, Bone Mass isn't connected. Swamp. Elder, Haldor. Oh, we were going off the Elder portal. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it's almost nighttime, but honestly, like, we're aiming for dungeons here, so like we can delve through them at night without a care. And we're pretty well geared at this point, so I'm not too worried about night mobs. I think that a 2-star wolf will still eat our lunch, but just don't fight them, right? We'll try to spend as little time outside of the dungeons at night as we can. I'll probably end up getting materials for a campfire as well while we're up here. It would make a lot of sense to be able to rest without having to head all the way home. Though we don't have too many dungeons to go through, so hopefully we won't have to be like as meticulous and slow-paced going through them as we were before. A nest now. Oh, yeah. I remember we were gonna go fight those wolves, but then it was pretty early on, and I didn't want to pull both of them and like Drake's all at the same time, so. I do believe that we already went into this structure up here, and there was not a rune. I'm gonna double check anyways. Yeah, this is just a spawner place. Okay. This dungeon here, did we do this one already? Oh, yeah. I see. Yeah, this is probably the Howling Cavern, right? Oh man, if they locked a trinket behind the stone golem trophy, one of the rarest trophies in the game, oof. Okay, stone golem. I'd like for your mats to not fall off the side of the mountain, if that's okay with you. Oof, ow. Where is it going? Oh, I lost so much adrenaline from that. So, good thing to keep in mind, I guess. You spend a lot of time moving away from things in combat, you lose a lot of adrenaline. Yeah, I'm not really confident trying to go for that enemy, that boss with our gear. Yeah, that stone structure is definitely not the business from Motor Runes. And I don't really think we need the onion seeds at this point either, so I'm probably just gonna leave it be. Ooh, I was not expecting that. That was scary. I thought I was just gonna end up, like, I thought I was just gonna keep falling. This mountain is so steep. And that doesn't happen very often. More often than not, you'll slide down, but... And I guess that wherever I marked this dungeon from... Maybe the ground? I must have been aiming pretty badly. Alright. Show me potato salad. Not seeing any glowy red business, which is kind of to be expected, honestly. But one can hope. You know, I'm not gonna mind more Fenris hairs here because that means more potential upgrades for our armor. So we got a cultist area on one side, and ice down here. So this is probably nothing. Well, it could be something. It's a cultist area. Still want to be careful. I don't really want to get fire blasted by cultists, if I can help it. We might be able to live like one blast, but I mean, being on like low health and trying to survive is not usually the business, right? Alright, we have a little bit of room to work with. We do that. Are you kidding me? I end up taking fire damage because of staggering him? Punished for doing good things, apparently. Alright, so I guess we know now. Just be a little bit careful when staggering the boys. Ooh, we are a little bit low on food, aren't we? And by that I mean we ran out of one of our food slots. Ooh, lots of Fenris hairs instead of claws though. It's kinda nice. I'm, for those of you who don't recognize it, or might be wondering, I'm, chopping the curtains and stuff with my axe to conserve durability on my fists. Well, claw weapon, I guess. Whatever. I don't really think that we'll need the claws, but pick up a couple extras just in case. We already have some back at base, or back at home, so I suppose it doesn't really hurt to have, you know, a full stack, right? Alright, down we go. And we actually have poison arrows, which are good against cultists. Oh my gosh. I would have been a little upset if that bat knocked me down there. It doesn't seem like they have a lot of knockback, so I suppose that might not have been a valid concern in the first place. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can tank these guys, no problem. The wolves. Just worried about cultists. Cultists hurt. Didn't even know they could go back there. Like super paranoid about the fire blasts. Like if I stagger them and they like, you know, they get staggered and then fire blast me. It's a really good thing to know for the future though. In case I ever, you know, for whenever we might want to form the Fenris set again and we need cultist trophies, right? Being aware of how we can get fire blasted, like completely by accident. Yeah. Alright. Holes explored. I think that's this whole section done actually. Need to break these walls, although they probably don't go anywhere. That one does, though, from the looks of it. To another cultist area. This one is small and empty, though. I didn't think that rock would break, but I wanted to check it just in case. Where did we come in from? Must have been over here. Yep, okay. And I do believe there was one more way to go at the entrance here. Yeah. And it goes nowhere. There's a fire here, though. It's interesting. Oh, whatever. Pretty sure that this cave is donezo. Should have enough time to get through at least one more. It's the next one that we have over here marked. As long as we don't dilly-dally too long in there. I guess that if like worst comes to worst, then we'll nab the mats for a campfire and cook some of the wolf meat that we have. And that'll be our replacement. Our temporary replacement. That's another nest right there too. I need to get like to the top of the mountain and look down. Unless Motor's, you know, shrine is just up there. This is a big mountain and there's a lot of nests around, so. I think that's another dungeon up there. Wow, we have so many of these little like skelly dungeon things. It's been like every single stone structure that's been up here. This is gonna be one heck of a drop. Drop, slide, thing. Descent. Oh boy. Oh. Yeah, I kinda don't want to descend that way. Where's the dungeon? Right here. There we go. I don't know how... We have a lot of materials now, so... Oh, is that just what I'm looking for? Right there? Kinda looks like it. That is exactly what I was looking for. Oh, she is a ways out, isn't she? Alright, well, we got what we came for. Oh boy. How do we get back up? I guess knowing that Motor is not here on this mountain, you don't necessarily need to go all the way to the top, but And in fact, there's not really a reason to. Like trying to think, because it's like we'll have to go really far around if we slide down now, but going back up is going to be hard too, so I don't know, if we can kind of stay just at like this level on the mountain, maybe our descent won't be so bad. I don't think it's as steep on the other side. I think it's this side that's like particularly steep. But we also have to kind of dodge drakes while we're doing all this. Just popped in there to grab some stamina real quick. Wolf, DPS. Wolf did not necessarily DPS very well, but and he stole aggro from the tank. As per usual, gotta do everything myself. Hey, we got the Stone Golem trophy! Alright, moment of truth right here. It has... Oh no! Oh! Oh! 1.0 isn't even out yet, and the museum run is already just gotten exponentially harder. We're going to have to farm stone golems like crazy because we need multiple stone golem trophies. Well, GG. I wanted more uses for trophies in this game, and Iron Gate definitely delivered. Along with a nice helping of the middle finger. Well, I wonder how many extra hours that's gonna add to the museum run. It would be so much extra time just trying to find stone golems and then, like, being just disappointed with every single one that doesn't drop a trophy. Oh well, it is what it is. Alright, so let's see what this crystal heart does. I like the name of it. So, 80 adrenaline. The effect is increased resistance against blunt, slash, and pierce damage. So it gives you slight resistance versus blunt, slash, and pierce for 50 seconds. You know, outside of the Stone Golem trophy, it's actually not that expensive, but holy wow, the adrenaline cost. I mean, that being said though, it's like, that's... If you can upkeep this, get this triggered every 50 seconds, you just have resistance, or slight resistance. And I think that the way that resistances works is it's in 25%, or maybe like 20%, or I don't know. When I looked up the vial set, right, it has some, I think, weaknesses on it, much like the bear set does. And I think that was saying that like it was like 25% weak to one of the physical damage types, and then the other two were like 20% instead. So we'll see. It's on the wiki, so it's not necessarily the most, you know, like you take it with a slight grain of salt, but it's probably accurate. I think the wiki is pretty good. I think that the Valheim wiki in particular is pretty good at being accurate. Alright, well, oh, and we got another cultist trophy out of nowhere. I didn't realize that. That's cool. Part of me wants to make the Crystal Heart trophy, to be honest, or the Crystal Heart trinket, but we already have so much trouble getting like the adrenaline where it is now, right? So, you know what? Let's take that wolf meat, take some of these onions, and what's the last thing that we need for wolf skewers? I don't remember. I'm gonna make some more onion soup too. Wolf skewers or mushrooms? I know we have a bunch of those. Sounds like people are home. People are maybe home. Let me go double check on that real quick, guys. Give me like 2 minutes. Burp. Okay, it wasn't that people were home. My roommate was talking on the phone and was on speakerphone. Okay, we need some entrails. We need some boar meat. Sure, we have some of that laying around somewhere. Actually, should we make? No. I was gonna say, should we make black soup? But forget that sausages are better than black soup. For like half of a second. Boar meat, where are you? There you are. Yeah, I mean, we're planning on going to beat Motor right now. That's the game plan. So, with that in mind, our food game is probably going to upgrade a little bit. No it won't, because we don't really have the barley flour, huh? Okay, well, that would be the reason to start the plains farm sooner rather than later, right? I'm not gonna worry about it too much though. At the moment, we'll worry about that probably next time. It'll probably take the better part of the next couple of hours to go sail over to Motor and then Fighter, so in that time we would have like maybe a harvest. I don't know. Maybe that one harvest would be worth it, but oh, and our ship is kind of on the other side of the world. Yeah, whatever. Okay, well, okay, so what's the first order of business? First order of business is to okay, we're gonna change this to Plains Farm. Yep, Plains Farm. I'll go through here. Plains Farm. Okay, so this is Plains Farm now. And this will be Motor. So the first order of business is to go ahead and get ourselves over to Bone Mass, put that portal down, and then I think that will just, I don't know, like we could break down the ship and just go through portals, and going from here it's probably faster than sailing all the way there. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I'm also going to put the portal here in the village after we finish clearing it out, instead of having it next to the growths. Ugh. Nice sneezy sneeze. Ooh, Fooling Shaman trophy. Nice. Ow. Yeah, I hear you. I'm also thinking maybe it's a good idea to go run around the plains here again at nighttime, see if we can find another vial. Oh, I don't know. There we go. All the Fooling trophies. Because yeah, still not really sure if vials are night spawn only. But if they are, then we probably want to spend some, time in the nighttime running around trying to find them. portal right next to all the bright lights. Could theoretically break these down for mats as well, but I don't know. Kind of think I might want to keep them. And I guess we haven't really been to the center of the plains here, but I'm not really expecting there to be much of anything for us, so. Hey, we even got a Desquito trophy. We're just getting all the trophies. Okay, I think that's a vial. Yeah, that's a vial. It's a little hard to tell apart from a Lox from far away. The main thing that kind of tipped me off was the lack of the glowing eyes. I gotta be careful, these things are scary, right? Scary, not so hairy bear. Okay, so here let's test if they are part of the Plains faction. Yeah, still not 100% sure actually. Okay, yeah, they're part of the Plains faction. Which means they'll fight with growths. And we happen to have one over here. Sorry if it's a little hard to see, guys. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Moon. Okay, so they won't fight with Foolings and they won't fight with Lox, but they'll fight with Skeletons. And technically, since we're like on the edge of a swamp, right? If we brought in some swamp creatures, they would fight. Very nice. We're also looking for a Vial trophy. That will be very important. We would actually be able to craft our helmet for this set if we got the Vial trophy, because it doesn't actually require the linen thread, according to the wiki. Oh. There's a Lox in a bush. I was like, is that a vial? Like, I see glowing eyes, but it's like, it looks all weird, and it's just, no, it's just the Lox being a derp. Big old derpy boys. Lox are very silly. Right, so far, 2 out of 2 of the vials that we have found have been at night. And considering that it's kind of a, what I would consider to be a spooky mob, probably safe to bet that they're Well, I mean, still not guaranteed. I think they might be a night spawn though. And it would kind of make sense. We don't really have, like, the only night spawns that we have for the plains is, you know, just extra mobs as opposed to a whole, you know, or like an individual creature, right? Whereas some of the other biomes have like night-specific mobs. I'm gonna take this opportunity. I'm gonna get a sneak attack on this Lox. Also, we are lagging like crazy. That's the power of sneak attacking, though. You just get an enemy, not CC'd, but get an enemy staggered, do a bunch of bonus damage, chain that into another stagger. And if you do enough damage, they just never get to move. I'm just gonna let those guys be. I don't really care about their business. I got other things to do with my time. Huh. There's bear mats there, but no vial stuff. Is that where we killed the other vial and we just couldn't carry the bear mats with us? I thought we killed the other vial somewhere else. I don't see any other like particles though, so that's a Lox, I think. This guy's like brightening up and it's, so I'm like, the vials are night spawns and if we find it, we gotta engage it too. Yep, nope, those are Lox. Another Desquito trophy. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that happens when you start rushing. That's why I don't like to rush in the plains, but I was trying to beat the sun in this particular case, right? So that'll be interesting, kind of, if vials are night spawns only, it will be a little bit difficult kind of differentiating them from Lox from a distance. I guess the telltale sign is going to be the glowing eyes, or lack thereof. I have a feeling that the foolings of that fooling village didn't win. considering there's still growths and, or I see growths and no foolings. I was gonna say, is that a lone locks? The answer is no. Yeah, it looks like there's more planes out this way. Not much from the looks of it. Is it even worth investigating? Eh. I mean, we have to go around this island towards Bone Mass, right? So we'll probably just take the ship and kind of trail the coast as we sail. I think that's a good idea. Mostly just on the lookout for, you know, checkpoints, aka stone structures, to see if we can get a Yaggroon, but otherwise not much else in the plains that we're looking for. Not sure if these locks are far enough apart for me to realistically try to melee one of them. I think it's fine. We don't super need the locks mats. Not enough to justify just fighting every single one that we see, anyways. And it looks like we can probably sail through that gap there to get our ship through. Alright, so let's get rested, depot, and get ready for sailing. We might spend like another night roaming around the plains. And after that, we'll head to Motor. Like, I'm just like, I was like, ah, yeah, this will be our onion chest, and then it's like slowly just getting more and more random stuff in it that just doesn't fit anywhere else. I guess the black metal could go in here, but whatever. Actually, no, that makes a lot of sense considering some of the other stuff that we're carrying. Derping. Big derping. Okay, that works. The lack of space and not having a proper storage system is really starting to get to my brain, apparently. But I'm still too lazy to fix it. It'll get fixed eventually. 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 Third Mosquito Trophy. Alright then. But yeah, so unless I misinterpreted the amount of space that we have here drastically, we should be able to fit through this gap here. Or there should be a wide enough gap to fit a ship through. For the swamp. Okay, yeah, maybe with some maneuvering, but it looks a little annoying, so I'm not gonna bother. Like, we'd have to like go through here, turn, deal with shallow stuff, deal with an A-bomb. Probably not worth it. And that looks like swamp across the way. I can't tell where my ping is. Oh, there it is. So that very well could be the swamp that bone mass is in. We actually literally get to go over one of those stone structures. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we're not going as around this island as I thought we were going to. So, that other little strip of plains, I'm not too worried about it. It's fine. Yeah, Bonus isn't too far away from here, honestly, so... Yeah, I think this swamp... Yeah, probably. This should be the swamp that Bone Mass is in. I was just thinking about how the swamp is pretty large from the looks of it, so technically there might be a chance for a bog witch, but who knows? Of course the wind would shift like as I'm turning. And it goes exactly where I was turning to. It's like anti-motor. Like I just have anti-motor power. Wind is always against you. That's not really true, but I don't know why I'm pinging it as if I can't see it on my mini-map right now. Oh, there she is. Bog Witch is literally right next to Bone Mass. You'll love to see it. Oh, and there's a Surtling spawner too? This is like everything you could ever want in a swamp, all right next to each other. I hope there's not a trinket for the Draugr Elite though. That would be a little bit much on the Draugr Elite trophies. Definitely means that you would have to like set up some sort of a farm with like one of the body spawners and farm Draugr Elites if you wanted to get all the things with Draugr Elite trophies. And there's a crypt nearby. Keep telling you guys, the blessed seed. Seed is good. And there you go. There's the seed. If you guys are interested, it's the MVB 4 LKE PML. If you guys still need that, you can always, you know, pause and nab that seed if you want to. Also, if you need it to go, or if you need to move a YouTube video like fractions at a time, period and comma keys are like the shortcuts for doing that. Alright, we have a crypt. I'm gonna mark this too. There's probably some more crypts around as well, but this one's really close. Oh, okay. Well, I guess... Oh, there's another couple of Surtling farms as well. I guess they're Surtling spawners. We haven't turned them into farms yet. Keyword being yet. Wow, we delete Draugr Elites at this point. Okay, so there's Surtling spawner over there, and there's one over here. And another dungeon. I was wondering if that was another one, but no, that's the same one. This is probably a little unnecessary, but I mean, having 3 Surtling spawners that you can turn into farms in pretty close proximity, pretty good. Means that we shouldn't have to use any more of our wood for coal anymore. I feel like 3 to 4 spawners usually sets you up for life with coal. You can probably do like, I don't know, 2 is probably a good number with 1.5 drop rate, honestly, but you take what you can get. I guess some smelting projects, if you're smelting down like a ton of like black metal and stuff, you can burn through coal really fast, so. Try to flatten this out as best we can. Sort farm. And the last one. And then it's probably about to be nighttime, so. Nice. This one, literally, we just had to level a little bit. It's good. Should be good anyways. That's awesome though. It's been so long since I've been able to have like a Bog Witch plus bone. Well, I mean, I don't know if I've ever had Bone Mass plus Bog Witch plus Surtling farm. Like, for like all like one portals, or like all like in one portal area. I should probably clear this too, because it's really close to the Bog Witch. That one, not as worried about. It's a little out of the way. And there's another one, but whatever. If we don't aggro that skeleton, I don't care about it. Yeah, blobs are not gonna hurt our structures, so let's quickly go refresh our rested buff and then go on a vile hunt. And then we'll do some shopping. Where am I? Oh yeah, and then we're gonna be good on cores now too. Don't have to worry about that ever again. Good on food. So yeah, just need to get our rested buff and then we can head out. Come on. I broke one of our beehives and really damaged another one. Brutes are something. Brutes are rude is what they are. And I'll deal with all that stuff later. Oh, come on, another one? I'm trying to leave here. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Okay, real quick before we get into this though, I need just like 1 minute. I'm gonna stand up and stretch a little bit and swig some water. Ow! Alrighty. I sit down and immediately like scratch my heel on my chair. Alright, the hunt resumes. Do. Oh, yeah. Found one already. Seems like their aggro rage isn't like super duper crazy either. Oh, hi, Odin. Okay, but we did pull the aggro of some of these dorks. Yeah, that vial is just like chilling. And while I don't expect this to really work out the best. Oh look, he's dead and still looking for fish. I was gonna say like I don't expect to be able to like chain stagger him or anything, but did get a nice chunk of his health from that sneak attack, which is great. Just because you're undead, Yogi, doesn't mean that I'm not gonna kick your butt. Ow. Oh, okay. I heard like blocking animation. Or like blocking noises. And I took damage, so I didn't... I don't know, that was weird. It's like, I got hit, still took some of my blocking bar, but still got my dodge roll off. But, you know, didn't actually, like, get the dodge roll. Very peculiar. Keep hearing, like, ocean wave noises. Yeah, we win. Ocean, you are very loud. The ocean chose me. No, I don't want to talk about Moana 2. Yes, we can talk about Moana 1. I haven't seen Moana 2. That's part of the reason I don't want to talk about it. But I heard it was a little bit of a disaster. Said I wasn't going to talk about it, and I started talking about it. Alright, well, glowy eyes. So we can tell those are locks. Seeing something in the distance, but I think it was just a tree. Something going on over here. Bunch of Grey Dwarf eyes on the ground for some reason. This must have been where the Grey Dwarfs chased me, and then, you know, something killed them. Maybe this fooling, maybe mosquitoes, maybe something else. Locks. Still haven't really been up to this central area as of yet. There's likely nothing here, but I feel like for the sake of my brain wanting to be happy, we should clear out the fog of war, right? And get stuck on a rock. Oof. Can't see anything in that direction. It's so dark. Yep, I was gonna say, I thought I saw big fuzzy bodies, but yeah, they're locks. No vial. Alright, well, we got one. So at the very least we've found, like, you know, one per night. And basically until I see one during the day. I'm not gonna say with 100% certainty that they're a night spawn, but they definitely seem like one. Feel like my roommate might be smoking with the door open again. I can kind of smell smoke. Those locks were not as damaged as I was hoping they would be. Free tar, though. Not super confident in getting closer to the locks for the rest of it, though. I mean, I could fight them. It's not really a concern, but at the same time, we got other things to do, right? Yep. I have no idea exactly how many vile ribs we're gonna need, but we're making a nice little collection for now. Oh dear. Not again. Okay, okay, it wasn't too bad. So what are we doing? We're going to get our ship, going to our Elder Portal, and then sailing out to Motor. That's what we're doing. Could also technically kick Bone Mass's mass, but not really, and like, it's not really high on my priority list, I guess. Where do I keep anything in this place? I don't know. I guess in a sense, I'm kinda glad that I never healed the ship up. Oh, right. I mean, we don't have a meat cauldron right now anyways, so like, yeah. We don't have a, we don't have a fermenter either, so it's not like we really need to grab Ratatosk tonic stuff right now. I think we could make that stuff, but... Wait, is that a crypt that's like partially sunken into the water? It is. That's kind of that's new. I've never seen something like that before. I don't think. I don't remember any that were sunken in like that. Dang it, blobs. You guys are not helpful for taking my ship down. Leech, you kinda are. Or you can be. I tore through that. That's kind of wild. There's a little sandbar that I was stuck on. Skellies aren't going to be a nuisance, then I'm going to ignore their existence. And since we're here, we might as well dry off real quick. And I guess deposit ooze and blood bags and entrails. Yeah. I already regret stepping outside. I can just get my rested buff back, so And we're going to the Elder Portal. That's the one. And we're definitely way past troll mats now. And we have a troll trophy. So if there was a trinket for that, we already got it. Let's not worry about it. It's always so weird deploying ships from your hammer because the distance that you can place it is always so wonky. Adventure! Adventure is out there. Can't think of the movie Up now without thinking of somebody's meme edit where it's if Michael Bay directed Up. And they just completely change the background music for different clips of Up and just add explosions and a Linkin Park song. It's so great. Gets me every time. Also, I find it kind of funny that the only reason that I'm even in any sort of rush to go beat Motor is literally just so that we can get the Dragon Tears and make the spinning wheel. I don't really care about anything else. Well, maybe the blast furnace, I guess. Because if there is a claw weapon from the vials materials, it's going to be from, it's going to be black metal, right? So vial bone claws probably is like something along the lines of what the name's going to be. I don't see anything wrong with being excited about that, though. I mean, like, initially we didn't even have a fist weapon, right? And then they released the mountain update, which gave us cultists and wolves and the flesh rippers and the Fenris set. And yeah, this is like the first time that they've shown fists any love outside of that. Kind of interesting though that they just decided to do like Black Forest, then into Mountain, then into Plains, right? And they didn't give us like an endgame fist weapon. Like, you added in these armor sets and like you added in these armor sets and these claw weapons. Why didn't you do it for like the end game? We could have had charred bears, which I probably would have hated because it's the Ashlands, but like, come on. Charred bears, and then we could have had, like some a charred armor set of some kind for the fists. And then we could have had like the, like flaming, like flametal talons, something like that. Could have been the name of it. It could have been great. They might add it later on. I don't know. Maybe they... I can't even say that they dislike the, the idea of claws and things scaling off of fists, right? Because, I mean, they added in, like, early and mid-game stuff. I'd be a little surprised if... Oh, you know what? Maybe what it was is they were waiting for the Deep North, because maybe we're gonna get polar bears. Aha. Maybe we're gonna get polar bears, and so we'll have a frozen bear set. That would make a lot of sense. No, I'd also probably should have put a little bit more thought into this character's name, because, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that Bara, B-A-R-A, might mean something in, like, Spanish, and it might not be good. I'm not sure if it's, like, a curse word or anything, but, like, theoretically it could have been. That would have been kind of funny. Or, I mean, I guess if that's the case, it is funny, right? Oh, that's Motors Mountain right there. It's a tall one. Still probably not as big as the other mountain, though. We'll see, though. At the very least, it's very far up there. I mean, while we're here, I might as well look this up. Ah, I see. Oh, hey. Have we actually encountered a Leviathan yet? I just, like, came out of my alt tab and there's just a levee, just like sitting right there. Drove my ship to the levee. And looked it right in the eye. We had knots. We also probably don't need chitin, but whatever, we're here. Thank you, Levy. Bye, Levy. There's some planes over there too. We'll mark that. Just in case we have to go... Oh, there's some planes over here too. I mean, it's good to know where planes are, so that we can have more chances to look for vials, but also on top of that, right, we need to eventually find... Or, we should be in the mindset of eventually finding Yag's arena. Even if we're not necessarily planning on this playthrough going like super duper long. Yeah. Oh, what do you know, it's about to be night, so... Oh, I thought I saw the double... I thought the Desquitos had already, like, kind of used up their attacks. I thought both of them had attacked the pig. You know what? Should really get this in the best position possible. To maybe not get the wet debuff. No, probably gonna end up with the wet debuff. Yep. Yeah, whatever. I do not plan on coming back. Oh hey, it's another little arena. I don't plan on doing anything with that arena, but it's cool that we found a couple of them so far. Seems like a very smallish plains, and it's coming down from a mountain, so it's got a bit of a slope to it. I don't think that's officially nighttime yet. But maybe it is. That's why I like having a timer. But, you know, I think this is intended to be a little bit more, or the game is intended to be a little bit more immersive, so. Oh, what the heck? I didn't even see that guy. Just appeared out of nowhere. Oh, what the heck? That's not weird at all. Ow. That tar pool just like appeared. And a bunch of the tar is like floating and stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, this is a casual playthrough. I'm just gonna teleport back, mostly because that was dumb. I literally died basically due to a glitch. I was like about to say like, oh, this is so weird, right? That it's like we have the bones for like a tar pit, but they're just like sticking out of the ground. You can see like a little bit of the, you know, the like the tar, like, but not like an actual tar pit, and then a tar pit just spawns on top of us. Okay, so this is dev commands. That's what we put in first. Then we go debug mode, and I want ghost mode. Yeah, if we were doing something like you know, like actually like a speedrun or something, obviously, even though that's completely unfair, like I wouldn't do something like I would just call it done, right? But like that was stupid. I'm not gonna spawn in all the like the food and stuff that we're losing though, because that's just a little much. But I can't believe that it like didn't spawn in until it was on top of us. All right, well there's a vial, so that's great. So now we turn off ghosts, we turn off debug mode, and we'll just leave the dev commands on because they don't do anything except for allow you to put in stuff in the F5 menu if you need to. So inherently they don't do anything. Or like on their own they don't do anything. I was thinking to myself too that I needed to put down a portal in case I died, but like... it's tar pits spawning on top of me is stupid. That's just stupid. I'm not even sure if that was like my computer like being slow on processing or just the game. Kind of confused how we ended up getting arrested buff. Thought that we kind of ported out of the base pretty quickly, but shrug. Alright, anyways. Shake off the BS. And keep on trucking. I think though that if you're, you know, doing some sort of a run where you're not willing to use like the dev commands and stuff like that, pretty good example of why you would want to always put a portal down, like when you get to a new continent, and make sure that you you know, have a way to get back to your body in case you die. Obviously, you're not going to experience, you know, glitchy, buggy stuff like tar pits spawning on top of you very often, but it could still happen. But yeah, like if I misstepped and died to this vial, right? Like that's completely fair and all my fault. And if I just don't have a portal, then again, my fault. Oh, that second swipe actually almost got me. Oh, ow. Okay, so like the big like double claw swipe really hurts. And I imagine that attack probably hurts too, the slam. But like the big lunging swipes are not so bad. And that's the same case, or that's the same for the normal bear too. So I guess the vial, I haven't seen the vial bite really. So I don't know if it has that in its moveset. I don't remember if the bears do like the slam or not. So that could be like the difference, is like maybe instead of the bite, the vials do like a big old slam. Am I just over encumbered? Too much weight to pick this up? Probably the case. Wait, what? Did I must have accidentally put portal mats away. Okay, so I didn't even bring portal mats with me. Awkward. That's a meadows. Some mountain. Oh boy. We need a black forest. How much do these weigh? 5 each. It's not bad. Do still need more, at least some of this wood. I'm sure we'll get more black metal. Blam blam. Okay, yeah, I see. That might be mountain still. Those fir trees over there. Alright, yeah, I must have auto-deposited, I must have auto-deposited all the materials for a portal and just not brought it with me. Like a doofus. And now we must live with that. Because that is completely fair, and that's very on me. Okay, there's some cores. We only need 2. And then we'll need Grey Dwarf Eyes, so we're still gonna need a Black Forest, but at least we're not gonna have to rely on like a dungeon and finding cores inside of that, probably. Yeah, I guess we just drop the black metal. What we're gonna have to do is basically run in, drop a workbench. Oh, this is gonna be so scuffed. Unless if there's a Surtling spawner in this little swamp here, then that might be an easier, safer avenue. Although I don't really see one, so Yeah, I'm not gonna rely on that. Yeah, I don't see any flame jets. Okay. Hard way it is. At least there's a lot of bonfires, so. Oh boy. I don't know, maybe it's better if we just go look at the Black Forest and rely on the thing instead. Guess another option is we can stir up all of these guys. Yeah, stir everybody up, bring them over here. To go loop around the tar pit. Oh man, there are so many foolings in this camp though. Yep, nope, this is pretty bad. This is definitely what you would do in a speedrun though. Just go workbench, break you, steel core. You know what? I'm gonna abandon the wood. I don't need it that bad. You'd probably wait for them to destroy it. Just kind of circle back and then pick the wood back up though. If you still needed to break down another thing there. Which realistically, I kind of do. Doesn't help that our inventory is like super duper full too. This is so bad. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm not dead. Thought there was another Desquito though. I can't take another hit. And I did. Okay, so honestly, the smartest thing to do there, what I should have done is I should have just continued looking around for a Black Forest. We have to go farm for the Grey Dwarf Eyes anyways, so at that point it's like it's so much safer to just try to find cores in the Black Forest. Our ship mats are all there. Yeah. I'm just gonna save time at this point. But yeah, we technically have the materials to get another ship and then go sail out there, and that's what we should do, or it's what we could do. Not what I'm gonna do, but really rough though, like forgetting that portal was a huge deal. Really huge deal. Alright, that looks like Black Forest up ahead, so let's head on over there. And this looks like it would have... Well, we need one more core anyways, so... that little camp right there might be where we get it. Okay, so for right now, we really don't need chitin. Not really. We got the Great Orph Eyes. Okay. Are we encumbered? No. Okay. Looking good in that on that front then. Alright, come here, Yogi. Still think this is a blessed seed, guys. Still think it's a blessed seed. Just mistakes on my part kind of ruined it. Just a little bit. Alright, 4 more Great Orph Eyes. And we have three weight lefts. Oh gosh. Okay, yeah, maybe that core isn't actually that easy to get to. There's like 2 berserkers like right on top of it. Yep, this Black Forest kind of sucks. Oh, 1-star Baronet though. Huh, yeah, stuff is loading in super duper slow. Wonder what's up with that. Might be that my Google Chrome is taking up too much processing power or something. Resin be gone, please. Resin be gone. Alright, we have enough Great Orph Eyes. We have enough fine wood. We need 1 more core. And that's a troll cave. Not quite what we were looking for. Prince Eats? Oh, there's 3 dungeons nearby. Okay, nice. So just any one of them we'd like to find. There might be more that way. Also need to restart my music real quick. I guess for right now, just to save on some space, we'll put our workbench down right here. Mark that. Might as well turn off auto pickup while we're at it. Kinda don't want to pick up anything else right now, except for cores, but if we find cores, they'll be really easy to just pick one up, right? Alright, there were three, specifically 3 Black Forest dungeons in range. How have we not run into any of them yet? Oh, there we go. Like right on top of it. Yeah, look at that. Like the skeletons are loading in super slow too. There it is. Yeah, take another one for good measure, even though we don't need it. By the way, this is also another reason why I feel like it's super important for, you know, some of the early game materials, at the very least portal materials, to be available, like, in later biomes. Which, you know, some of them are, but Greydwarf Eyes aren't. So then it's like, oh, I have to specifically find a Black Forest, find enough Grey Dwarves to farm enough Greydwarf Eyes so that I can bail myself out of, you know, wasting a bunch of time or using dev commands. I mean, or you could just be better prepared, but, I mean, we're human, right? You make mistakes. Mistakes happen. Sometimes we're thinking of a million different things. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Okay, so let's get that back. Our 10 deer hide, wherever the heck that went. Fine wood. Take 10 wood. And we need, yep, barrel hoop. So this barrel, right now at the very least, will be our ship materials, so we don't get those lost anywhere, blah blah blah, yada yada. I don't even think that we have a single space open like anywhere. I'm sure there's stuff I could like throw out too, but oh, we have space over here. Space for materials that we're never gonna use. Alright. Okay, so then next step is just getting our portal up to motor, transporting her eggs through, and then we'll fight her, and that'll be where we close out for the night. I did say that it was gonna take a better part of a couple of hours just getting to her, right? I don't know exactly what I said, but we also did spend some time, you know, hunting for vials and goofing off in the plains, so there was that. Oh. one of the dungeons is right here in the snow. Yeah, I really don't know what's up with stuff loading so poorly though. Genuinely don't know if that's like my PC or like the game being weird. Suppose I wouldn't be surprised if it was my PC though. I do have a few Google Chrome tabs open. Just a few, like 7. But YouTube in particular likes to, you know, nom processing power, and then I have, you know, streaming software and all that other jazz. That was a random world save, I feel. Huh. Couple of cabins. Got a nest here. Where did that drake go? Kinda surprised that I hit that, honestly. Alright, well, that in particular will save us like a trip or two. Well, no, I was gonna bring all the eggs in like one trip, I think. So, that didn't really save us that much time, but... well... this arena doesn't look that great. Not a lot of flat land. Find a place for the portal proper in a second. Okay, well, I guess we're not making any trips at all. Well, not for eggs anyways. I'm gonna sleep, reset, rested, and, you know, not fight her at night where we can get ambushed by 2-star wolves, but... I could probably just, like, dig under her altar. Probably. There's probably enough... If I did that, there'd probably be enough space for a portal, but also at the same time, it sounds like a more work than it's worth. It seems a lot easier to just kind of, like, dig into an area that she can't really path to, and then, you know, dig a hole in a rock. Yeah, that'll work. Multiple bogeys. Way too many bogeys. They know what I'm here for. They know what I'm here to do. Wait. We still haven't had a cloak this whole time. Whoops. I mean, it's not like it's that important, but it's technically extra armor that we could have had. And I do believe that we've been able to make the wolf cape for a while now. I just completely forgot. So focused on other things. 6 pelts, 1 trophy, 4 silver. Yeah, I have a wolf trophy here somewhere. Multiples, in fact. That's the smelting box. Just another thing to have in our inventory. Clog up our precious slots, right? Oh boy. Alright, well, wolf meat, onions, mushrooms are somewhere. Alright, food is situated. I don't particularly care about swapping my power because I just can't be bothered. So let's get a good night's sleep, get this done. Not gonna spend too much time like poking at the motor in the sky, but our damage should be pretty good fighting her on the ground. And well, I don't know what I was gonna say. I lost my train of thought there. Oh, right. I was gonna say, we'll see, like, if the slope combat assistance, or the slope combat changes, affect the fight at all if we get stuck under her chin or something. Her hitbox is still stupid. Ow. Oh my gosh, we were at 50 fists before. We went down all the way to 48. Or I guess technically to 47. That's brutal. The death penalty in this game is mean. I mean, I guess it's not like the end of the world, right? Like, I'm sure that it's like way worse in other games where it's like you lose currency that you have to like farm and get back. Although, I guess technically, like, you have to farm to get this back. You have to farm to get skill points back too, and it takes forever. What the heck? I like didn't go after that Drake because it looked like it was just gonna wander off. And apparently that was not the case. I'm gonna say that should kill after the poison. I'm just gonna turn auto pickup off for right now because I don't want to be picking up like rocks and then somehow end up picking up like too many things and getting over encumbered and dying because of it. Alright, we finally procced our trinket. Fists are definitely not great for adrenaline, it feels like. Like, getting like 2 adrenaline like per attack is kind of bad. Though, then again, maybe like what I saw, people getting like 10 like per like sword swing, maybe that was before they might have adjusted it and tweaked those numbers a little bit. Also, motor is stuck and just can't seem to turn apparently, which is nice. Means she's not attacking us. DPS, DPS. Save up our stamina, just in case. I want to make sure that I have at least enough to dodge, so... in case she just turns around and tries to whack us. Okay. Very nice. Not too shabby at all. Like, once she got stuck, that was super duper easy. Where are we going? Here we go. We're still not going to be able to get the full set, though, for the vial stuff, because we still need, like, we still need the trophy, so that's a problem in and of itself, but something we'll address later, I suppose. Or, well, I mean, you know, next time we'll spend, like, night times hunting in the plains. Stuff. Okay. So we need 20 fine wood, 10 iron nails, which equates to 1 iron. Five leather scraps. And the doggos are on the howl again. On the howl again. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. They should be done soon, I imagine. Requires a roof. Why doesn't it say that, like, why doesn't it tell me that, like, before I put them in? Why doesn't it just say you can't put these in unless you have a roof? It's so silly. Don't worry about it, it's fine. So then the other thing is, I want to make a blast furnace before we end here. 10 iron, 20 fine wood. Five cores, 20 stone. Yeah, I guess we're not planning on using this area for trees anymore anyways, so. And this stuff is gonna move, like, we're gonna move it into our home proper, right? So. It can just hang out here for right now. Vilebone cage, vilebone drapes, padded cuirass, padded greaves, linen cape, padded helmet, porcupine. And that's it. And then, if we touch black metal, blam blam. Said if we touch black metal, but you know what? We gotta go put the motor trophy up on the thing anyways. Heard it pop too, like right as I walked away. I don't know what I'm in such a rush for anyways, like we're not really getting anything done here that we can use. Or, well, if we have enough black metal for the claws, and with the right, and if we have the materials for the claws, then that feels weird. Doing things out of order is so weird. Alright, well, I'll grab motor power because it's actually really good now. Like, getting the tailwind was niche but nice, but like now you get carry weight. Like, look at the, let's look at this thing. Plus 300 carry weight, and you get resistance versus frost, and you get a movement speed buff. That's wild. That's so many things. Alright, survey says, black metal axe here, black metal axe, black metal battle axe. I think that's new. Vilebone maul claws. Alright, so we have all the materials. Bracelets of the Brave, evasion mantle. Those trinkets? Are both of those trinkets? The heck is an evasion mantle? I guess let's check. Evasion mantle. It is a trinket. Okay. 60 adrenaline, increased dodge skill, and reduced block stamina cost. So block stamina cost gets minus 50%, parry bonus plus 50%, dodge plus 20. Oh. And it is a Fooling Berserker trophy. Nice. Okay. It's not like the best trinket, so it being locked behind the Fooling Berserker trophy isn't the end of the world, but... Bracelets of the Brave. This is a Locks trophy. Clubs plus 20, blunt plus 10%, health, oh, increased mace damage and a quick health burst regeneration. So you get 100 health back. Wow, that's really good. That's really good. Okay. Anyways, none of that stuff's important, right? We only care about one thing here. That's not true. We care about a couple of things. 1 rib cage, 10 bear hide. That makes the vilebone drapes, which I think are the legs. So that's easy. Actually not even super expensive. There we go. The vilebone maul claws. Ooh, these are super cheap too. I see why we don't get a lot of rib cages. 2 bear hide, 2 rib cages. Where are our rib cages? Yeah, we have like 14 of these. So many bear leathers. Four bear hide, 3 rib cage, 4 linen thread for the chest piece. The wild bone cage. Not sure if it's worth losing our set bonus quite yet for like an extra 4 grand total of 8 armor. Like, we'd be losing movement speed too, because all the pieces give us 3% movement speed, right? And these don't. Oh wait, what it? Oh, okay. Interesting. So the maul claws do slash and pierce damage. That, okay. That's interesting. So you actually have a reason to carry around both of your claws. Because if you want to do, if something is like resistant to pierce, you can just do pure slash with the flesh rippers. And then, like, for everything else, you know, there is one thing that sucks about this though. It's something I've talked about like spears and stuff, right? Half the bosses in the game are resistant to pierce. And literally, the boss that you're getting these Vilebone Maul Claws for, like the biome boss, right? Yagluth, then the Queen, and then Fader are all resistant to pierce damage. So I think the Flesh Rippers are actually probably better for all of the boss fights than the Vilebone Maul Claws. Probably. Like, it's... Okay, so if you take off... Or, I guess it depends, too, on how they upgrade. So let's make them first, because they're still a general damage upgrade, right? But, so if we go to upgrade them, the thing that upgrades is the slash damage, not the pierce damage. Interesting. And it upgrades by 4, so it'd be 4, 8, 12. So it's going to come out to like 32 slash and 60 pierce, presumably. That's weird. I think we have enough materials to do all this, so I'm going to upgrade right now. Okay, so if we... Those are Flesh Rippers, like level 5, which isn't even possible, so... our Flesh Rippers are at 72. So if we take 32 off of that, that's 40 slash damage. So then it's a matter of, is 40 slash damage better than 60 resisted pierce damage? The answer is I don't know, but I guess it depends on the enemy, right, and how resistant they are to it. If it's only like a 25% drop, then I think that the pierce damage actually still ends up being better. Like, 25% of 60 is what? Like 12 or something like that? Or it's like 12.5? Yeah, so it'd be like 47.5 is what the pierce damage would be. So, yeah, that would still be better than the 40 slash. If it's only slightly resisted. But if it's like 50% resisted or more, then you actually are gonna just end up doing more damage with the Flesh Rippers. So it depends. It depends on what you're fighting, I guess. Alright, let's check these out though. Oh, those are cool looking. I like that. I actually kind of like the imbalance too. The fact that we have like the pointy, spiky teeth on one side and not on the other. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised this doesn't take bear paws as part of the recipe as well. I don't know. Just seems like something that possibly would, you know? Okay, I'll make these drapes. I mean, we're gonna make the armor, right? So we might as well make the armor. and check it out real quick, even if we don't have the helmets. Inventory full. Of course it is. My inventory is always full. My inventory is always full nowadays. Alright, yep. So this is what our armor set's gonna look like. I mean, like it. I'd already seen this and I thought it was really cool. Originally I thought that this skull here was... When they said it was like, oh, it's based off the creature, as like, and like they showed it like from this angle, I thought it was like one of the Valkyries or something. So I thought this was gonna be like an Ashlands like Valkyrie set, but it is not. Alright, so the Vial of Bone Wrath increases damage and regeneration, but weakens you against physical damage. Okay, so it makes you slightly weak to blunt, slash, and pierce. Gives you blunt and pierce damage. But then also like health regen 20% and stamina regen 40%. That's wild. So like basically it's don't get hit by physical damage. Try not to take damage, but you get so much health and stamina regen, and like I don't know about the 20% blunt damage, like considering that fists don't scale well at all, like you doing blunt damage with them still sucks. Maybe if you kind of also had like a club or something, right? So like you'd still get the bonus blunt damage, so like having like a stag breaker or something's still really good, seemingly. But the pierce plus 20%. Ooh, that's actually really good because it's still it gives bonus damage to like bows and stuff too, and also technically spears. So it's like you get a lot of offensive stats from this set. We are not quite to the point where we can make it yet though, so we need to hunt more vials, and it's about to be nighttime. So if I can get my, I mean, I'm not. We're gonna end right now, right? But if we can get our inventory all sorted before it's too late, then next session we should be able to go out hunting for vials right away. Speaking of next session, I'll probably stream on Sunday. Probably. No guarantee on that. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do that for sure, but maybe Sunday. It'll depend a little bit on like, you know, just kind of how my weekend goes and like what's going on. But if not Sunday, then Monday. That's kind of been like the recurring theme recently, right? You know what? We'll put our armor set in here with our ship mats, and we'll put those in there too. So yeah, we'll be ready to go hunt some vials, either on Sunday or on Monday. So thanks all for joining me. Appreciate it. You know, even just listening and lurking. If you guys are liking and subscribing, even better. That helps put me out there on the algorithm. Although honestly, I kind of think that we're not getting really much attention in the algorithm nowadays. Such is life. But I don't know. Maybe numbers will spike up a little bit once 1.0 comes out. Maybe people will be a little bit more excited for Valheim content just in general. I know that my content is probably kind of stagnated a little bit. We did like all the weapon type runs, right? And some of the mod packs were kind of cool, but I feel like some of the numbers fell off. And then there was like me going, you know, I ended up going to the hospital, right? And I think numbers took a really big hit from there too. And yeah, so like lately we haven't really been doing too much crazy new stuff. Also, I think that what ended up happening is we got a lot of crowds of people like kind of later into the evening from I think the other side of the world. So doing like the 2 and 4 hour streams doesn't catch that crowd. So eh, it is what it is what it is. So, I don't know if any of you guys actually care, but that's kind of what's been going on with numbers and stuff, and things I've been thinking about. So, I might use the opportunity to take a small break from streaming after we're done with this. I mentioned that, I think, on Tuesday. But yeah, we'll kind of see how we feel at the end of this run. We're getting pretty close there, though. Like, we don't have a ton of new things to really check out. I'll double check like the patch notes and make sure that there's nothing else that we're missing from like the later parts of the game. But for the most part, I think it would be just trinkets. And yeah, honestly, it's like it's felt like kind of not necessarily hard, but like really RNG based, like to actually get trinkets. Like the bears have been pretty consistent, right? And even the vials, like yeah, we have to hunt at night, but like they show up. But actually getting like the trophies and the materials to like get the trinkets has kind of been wibbly wobbly. And then on top of that, it's like we don't actually trigger adrenaline that well. And I'm not sure if that's just like weapon type or if that's just like how they wanted to balance, how Iron Gate wanted to balance the adrenaline system. But yeah, it doesn't feel like we actually proc trinkets all that often. But we're also not parrying a lot. We're mostly dodge rolling and just hitting things. So again, using a different weapon type maybe would give us more adrenaline. I'm not really sure. We've only really done bows and the claw weapons, right? Like we haven't super experimented with other weapon types. So before we're done with this, we'll probably at least craft like a sword and like a mace and give those a try and kind of see what those adrenaline numbers look like. Something to keep in mind, I guess. Anyways, let me get on out of your hair, guys. Yep. Hopefully, I'll see you next time. I hope that you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day or night, and I hope that you'll spread love and kindness wherever you go. The world could use more of it, and contrary-wise, I hope that the world will also circulate love and kindness back to you. So, until next time, everybody, have a good one. Gravy signing out. Meow.